Welcome to Moon's Fairy Tales. Today, we journey far into the galaxy with echoes of the Force. What if the first Jedi was not a hero of light, but a lone wanderer torn between darkness and destiny? What if the balance of the Force rested in the hands of one haunted soul, tempted by the shadow? Don't forget to like and subscribe on the channel. Sit back, relax, and let the Force guide you through the ancient ruins and forgotten battles of a galaxy on the brink of chaos. Chapter 1: Silence. The twin suns of Tatooine hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the endless sea of dunes. The desert was quiet, almost too quiet, as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. But nothing came. Not yet. Jaran walked alone, his boots sinking into the coarse, sun-baked sand with every step. His cloak, once a deep brown, was faded and frayed at the edges, the fabric worn thin from years of wandering beneath the relentless heat of the desert sun. He had no destination. His journey had begun long ago, with no clear purpose, only a faint pull in his chest, a soft whisper that called him ever forward. He didn't understand it, not fully. He just knew that stopping was no longer an option. The Force had not revealed itself to him in a blaze of power. There were no grand visions or explosive displays of energy. No. For Jaran, it was something more subtle. A hum in the back of his mind, just below the surface of consciousness, like a forgotten melody from a dream. It was always there, but distant. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes and let his mind wander, he thought he could almost grasp it, but it would slip away just as quickly. He had felt it for as long as he could remember, but it had grown stronger over the years. At first, it was a comfort, a quiet companion in the dark solitude of his life. Now, it was something more, a beckoning. The wind picked up, sweeping across the desert with a low, mournful howl, carrying with it the dry taste of dust and sand. Jaran pulled the hood of his cloak lower, shielding his face from the storm. He was used to the harshness of Tatooine. The sandstorms were as much a part of the landscape as the dunes themselves. But this one felt different. There was something in the air. A tension. A shift. He stopped, his eyes narrowing as he peered into the distance. Through the swirling sands, he could make out a faint shape, a structure of some kind, half buried in the desert. He hadn't noticed it before, but then again, he had never come this far into the dune sea. Curiosity flickered inside him, tempered by a familiar wariness. He had learned to trust his instincts. They had kept him alive for this long. The pull in his chest grew stronger, urging him toward the structure. There was no denying it. This was where he needed to be. Slowly, cautiously, he approached. The ruins were ancient, worn smooth by centuries of sand and wind. Jaran could barely make out the remnants of carvings etched into the stone, symbols that seemed familiar, though he couldn't place why. As he stepped closer, a shiver ran down his spine. The air here felt different, charged, almost alive. He placed a hand on the stone, feeling the rough texture beneath his fingers. There was power here, though faint. It was old, buried deep within the sands, forgotten by time. But it was waiting. For what? He didn't know. Closing his eyes, Jaran reached out with his mind, searching for that ever-present hum, the whisper of the Force that had guided him all his life. It came to him, faint but insistent, like a breeze brushing past his thoughts. He could feel the pull, stronger now, as if something beneath the surface was trying to speak. Suddenly, a vision flashed before his eyes, quick, fragmented images that sent a jolt of energy through his body. The twin suns were gone, replaced by darkness. Stars filled the sky, but they were distant, cold. And in that darkness, there was a figure, tall, cloaked in shadow, standing at the edge of the galaxy, watching, waiting. Jaran gasped, stumbling backward as the vision faded, leaving him breathless. His heart raced, and for the first time in a long while, he felt fear. But not fear of the unknown. No. This fear came from within, a darkness that had been growing quietly, unnoticed, until now. What was that? He thought, trying to steady himself. The vision had felt so real, so vivid. And that figure, the way it had watched him, as if it knew him. As if it had been waiting for him. The wind howled again, snapping Jaran back to the present. He had to move. The storm was growing stronger, and night was falling. He couldn't stay here. Not yet. Not without understanding more. With a final glance at the ancient ruins, he turned and continued walking, the distant hum of the Force lingering in his mind. But now, it was no longer a comfort. It was a warning. Night on Tatooine was colder than most would expect. The heat of the day dissipated quickly, leaving the desert barren and frigid beneath the starry sky. Jaran had found shelter in the wreckage of an old pod racer, its rusted hull half buried in the sand. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his cloak wrapped tightly around him, staring into the small fire he had managed to light. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the wreckage. But Jaran wasn't focused on the fire. His mind was elsewhere, far away, drifting back to the vision he had seen at the ruins. That figure, the shadow, it had felt familiar in a way he couldn't explain. Like something, or someone, he had known in another life. And the darkness, it had recognized him. That much was clear. But what did it mean? Was it a warning? A threat? Or something else entirely? The hum of the Force was quieter now, barely noticeable above the crackle of the fire. But Jaran could still feel it, lurking just beneath the surface. It had been with him his entire life, yet he understood so little about it. His parents had never spoken of it, and there had been no one to teach him. He was alone, always had been. Perhaps, he thought, he was meant to remain alone. As the night deepened and the desert grew colder, Jaran closed his eyes, letting his mind drift once more. But sleep did not come easily. His thoughts raced, haunted by the vision of the figure in the darkness. And somewhere, deep in the back of his mind, the hum of the Force grew louder. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving the desert quiet once more. Jaran stood at the edge of the wreckage, his eyes scanning the horizon. The ruins were far behind him now, little more than a memory. But the pull was still there, stronger than ever. It was guiding him, calling him to places unknown. And for the first time, Jaran began to wonder if he was ready for what lay ahead. If he could face the darkness that awaited him. Chapter 2, Shadow. The cracked, dust-filled air of Jakku assaulted Jaran's senses the moment he stepped off the transport. The planet was a wasteland, a graveyard of forgotten battles and broken machines. Starships, shattered and decaying, littered the horizon, relics of a war-long past. The ground crunched beneath his boots, littered with debris and the memories of a galaxy that had moved on without looking back. Jaran pulled his head lower, shielding his face from the relentless winds that howled across the barren plains. His cloak flapped violently against his body, but he pushed forward, his eyes scanning the endless desert before him. The pull in his chest had grown stronger since leaving Tatooine. There was something here, in the ruins, something calling him. But the call was darker now. It no longer felt like the quiet hum of the Force he had once known. It had become more like a whisper in the shadows, something just beyond his reach, elusive yet insistent. And it wasn't just leading him, it was guiding him into something dangerous. The landscape was unforgiving, a reflection of the desolation within Jaran himself. Each step he took across the arid plains seemed heavier than the last, as if the planet itself resisted his presence. But he couldn't stop. He was closer now, closer to the answers that had eluded him for so long. As the suns began to sink lower in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the wreckage-strewn desert, he spotted something in the distance. A silhouette, small, barely noticeable against the ruins. But it was there, waiting. Cautiously, Jaran approached, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of the vibroblade strapped to his side. The figure stood motionless, draped in tattered robes, its face obscured by a mask of shadow. Jaran stopped a few paces away, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "Who are you?" Jaran asked, his voice steady but laced with suspicion. The figure did not respond at first. Instead, it tilted its head slightly, as though studying him. Then, in a voice as ancient as the ruins themselves, it spoke. "I have been watching you, Jaran." A chill ran down Jaran's spine at the sound of his name. He had told no one on this forsaken planet who he was, and yet this stranger knew. Watching? Jaran's grip on the hilt tightened. "Why?" The figure's voice was low, a soft rumble that seemed to resonate with the very air around them. "Because you are important. More important than you realize. The Force, it's strong in you." Jaran's eyes narrowed. The Force had always been a part of him, a distant companion that had never fully revealed itself. But he had never spoken of it openly, not to anyone. The stranger's knowledge of it was unsettling. "Who are you?" Jaran repeated, more forcefully this time. "I am known as the Watcher," the figure replied, the title dripping with an eerie weight, as though it held centuries of secrets. "And I have seen many things. Things that others cannot comprehend. I see what lies ahead for you, Jaran. I see your destiny, and the darkness that seeks to claim you." Jaran took a step back, his pulse quickening. "Darkness?" The Watcher nodded slowly. "The Force has many faces, Jaran. Light and dark. Creation and destruction. You walk a path between them, but the time is coming when you will have to choose." The pull in Jaran's chest flared suddenly, a deep, almost painful sensation. It was as if the very air had thickened around him, pressing against his mind. The words of the Watcher lingered, stirring something deep within him, a fear he had long tried to suppress. "What do you mean?" Jaran asked, his voice quieter now, edged with uncertainty. The Watcher's gaze never wavered. "There is a prophecy. An ancient tale passed down through the stars, long forgotten by most. It speaks of the first Jedi, one who will rise from the ashes of a broken world, wielding a power unlike any other. But it is not a power of light, Jaran. It is a power forged in shadow." Jaran felt a cold sweat break out across his skin. The Watcher's words echoed in his mind, filling him with a sense of dread. He had heard of prophecies before, tales of the Jedi and the Sith, stories whispered in the dark corners of the galaxy. But this felt different. It felt personal. "Why are you telling me this?" Jaran demanded, his voice hardening. "What does this have to do with me?" "Because the prophecy speaks of you," the Watcher said softly. "You are the one it foretold. The one who will walk the line between light and dark. the one who will decide the fate of the galaxy. Jaran's heart raced, his mind spinning with the weight of the revelation. It couldn't be true. He was no one. Just a wanderer. A drifter. He had no great destiny. And yet, the pull in his chest grew stronger still, a force that had always been there, waiting for this moment. No, Jaran muttered, shaking his head. That's not me. I'm not. I can't be. You cannot deny it, Jaran, the Watcher interrupted, stepping closer, the shadows seeming to deepen around him. The Force has chosen you. But the question is, will you embrace it? Jaran took another step back, his breathing shallow. The words felt heavy, like a weight pressing down on him. His whole life, he had run from his past, from the truth of who he was. Now, that truth was staring him in the face, undeniable and terrifying. I don't want this, Jaran said, his voice strained. I never asked for it. None of us asked for the destiny we are given, the Watcher replied, his tone softer now, almost sympathetic. But it is yours, nonetheless. And soon, you will have to face it. A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant howl of the desert wind. Jaran's thoughts raced, tangled and confused. Could it really be true? Could he be the one the prophecies spoke of? And if so, what did that mean for him? For the galaxy? The Watcher turned, his robes rustling as he moved to leave. Remember my words, Jaran, he said over his shoulder. The darkness is coming. And when it does, you will be faced with a choice. Light or shadow. Jaran stood frozen, watching as the Watcher disappeared into the desert. The weight of his words lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating. He wanted to reject it, to deny everything the stranger had said. But deep down, he couldn't. He had always known there was something more to his connection to the Force, something he had been running from. And now, there was no escape. That night, Jaran sat alone by a dying fire, his mind haunted by the Watcher's prophecy. The stars above seemed cold and distant, indifferent to the struggle that churned within him. He had come to Jakku in search of answers, but all he had found was more questions, and a truth he wasn't ready to face. The Force hummed faintly in his mind, a reminder of the power he carried within him. But now, it felt like a burden, a weight pressing down on his soul. The darkness the Watcher had spoken of, could he already feel it creeping in? Was that why the pull had become so strong, so insistent? As the fire flickered and died, Jaran stared into the night, his thoughts restless and uncertain. He had never wanted this. He had never asked to be anything more than what he was. But the galaxy had other plans. And somewhere, in the shadows of his mind, he could feel the darkness watching, waiting for him to make his choice. Dawn broke over the wastelands of Jakku, but the light did little to chase away the shadows that clung to Jaran's thoughts. He had spent the night wrestling with the weight of the Watcher's words, but there was no clarity, no resolution. Only a growing sense of unease. The wind had picked up again, carrying with it the familiar taste of dust and decay. Jaran pulled his cloak tighter around him as he made his way toward the distant wreckage of a fallen starship, its once mighty frame now nothing more than a hollow shell, a relic of a forgotten war. He didn't know what he was looking for. Perhaps answers. Perhaps a way to escape the future that the Watcher had foretold. But deep down, Jaran knew there was no escape. His destiny had been set in motion long before he ever stepped foot on this barren world. And the darkness, it was already here. The only question that remained was how long he could resist its call. Chapter 3, Darkness. The landscape of Dathomir was like something pulled from a nightmare. The air was thick with an oppressive mist, swirling low to the ground like a living entity. Shadows stretched unnaturally long in the dim twilight, twisting and contorting into shapes that whispered of ancient malevolence. Twisted trees, their branches bare and blackened, clawed at the sky, while the ground beneath Jaran's feet felt soft, almost alive, with the decay of ages. Jaran walked slowly, cautiously, his every sense alert. The weight of the Force pressed heavily on his mind, but it was different here. It was darker, stronger. The hum that had always lingered quietly in the background of his thoughts had turned into a low, constant thrum vibrating through his bones. There was no mistaking it. This was a place where the dark side of the Force thrived. He had heard of Dathomir, of course. Whispers in the darkest corners of cantinas, legends of witches who once ruled the planet, bending the Force to their will with unspeakable rituals. He had never planned to come here, never imagined he would set foot on such a cursed world. And yet, the pull had led him here, as relentless as ever, guiding him deeper into the heart of darkness. The further he ventured, the more he felt it, the creeping sense that something was watching him. Not a physical presence, but something far older, more sinister. It was as if the planet itself was alive, observing his every move, waiting for him to slip, to fall into the abyss that lurked just beneath the surface. Jaran's thoughts were restless, swirling like the mist around him. The Watcher's words still haunted him, echoing in his mind with every step he took. The darkness is coming, and you will be faced with a choice. He could feel it now, the darkness, tugging at him, tempting him with promises of power and release. And the worst part? A small, hidden part of him was drawn to it. He stopped suddenly, his hand instinctively reaching for the vibroblade at his side. The mist ahead of him thickened, coiling like a serpent, and out of it emerged a figure. Tall, shrouded in shadows, moving with an unnatural grace. For a brief moment, Jaran's breath caught in his throat. The figure stepped closer, and as it did, Jaran's grip on his blade tightened. It wasn't human. Its form was gaunt, almost skeletal, with red, glowing eyes that pierced through the darkness like burning embers. It wore tattered robes, its skin pale and cracked, as if it had long been dead but refused to decay. "You," the figure rasped, its voice dry like the wind through a desert graveyard. "You reek of the light and the dark." Jaran stood his ground, though his heart raced in his chest. "Who are you?" The figure's lips twisted into something resembling a smile. "I am no one, and I am everyone. A remnant of what once was, and what will be again." It stepped closer, its presence suffocating, as if the very air around it bowed to its will. Jaran could feel the Force swirling violently around the creature, thick with the dark side. He didn't move, but his instinct screamed at him to flee. "What do you want from me?" Jaran asked, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. "I want nothing," the figure said, circling him slowly, its eyes never leaving Jaran's. "But the darkness, it wants you. It has been waiting for someone like you to come. It has seen your struggle, your fear, your hunger." Jaran clenched his jaw, his mind racing. He knew what the creature was trying to do, manipulate him, draw him into the darkness that had already begun to creep into his soul. But the more it spoke, the harder it became to ignore the truth in its words. He had always felt the darkness, even as a child. It had been there, lurking in the background, waiting for moments of weakness to rear its head. But he had resisted, always resisting. Now, though, here, in this place of pure shadow, it was almost impossible to keep it at bay. Your power is great, the creature continued, its voice a slow, serpentine hiss. But you waste it. You cling to the light. Why? You know it is futile. The light is weak, fragile. The dark is strong. It gives you what you crave, control, freedom. Jaran shook his head, trying to block out the creature's words, but they wormed their way into his thoughts, slithering like tendrils of shadow. I am not like you, Jaran said, his voice firmer now. I won't let the darkness consume me. The creature laughed, a hollow, chilling sound. You already have, boy. You already have. Before Jaran could react, the creature lunged, faster than he could have anticipated. In a split second, he drew his vibroblade, slashing through the air with precision, but the figure vanished, dissolving into the mist as if it had never been there. Jaran stumbled back, his heart pounding, his blade still raised defensively. He skinned the mist, but the creature was gone. Or maybe it had never truly been there at all. His mind was racing, his thoughts tangled in a web of confusion and doubt. The creature's words echoed in his mind, gnawing at his resolve. He couldn't deny the truth any longer. The darkness was inside him. It had been growing, slowly, quietly, and now, on Dathomir, it was coming to the surface. Hours passed as Jaran wandered deeper into the wilds of Dathomir. The oppressive weight of the dark side continued to press down on him, thickening the air around him, clouding his thoughts. Every step felt heavier, as though the darkness was pulling him down, dragging him closer to something he couldn't see but could feel with every fiber of his being. Eventually, he came to a clearing, surrounded by the gnarled trees that loomed over him like silent sentinels. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, ancient and cracked, with dark symbols etched into its surface. Jaran approached cautiously, his senses on high alert. The altar pulsed with dark energy, vibrating with the force of countless rituals performed in its shadow. Jaran could feel it, the raw power radiating from the stone, beckoning him closer. It was almost intoxicating, the pull so strong that it was all he could do to resist reaching out and touching it. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The darkness swirled around him, pressing against his mind, whispering promises of power and control. He had felt it before, on Jakku, but here it was so much more intense. For a long moment, Jaran stood there, caught between the light and the dark, the force and the void. He could feel the choice before him, as clear as the air he breathed. The dark side called to him, louder now, more insistent. It offered him everything he had ever wanted, strength, freedom, the power to shape his own destiny. But the cost. Jaran opened his eyes, staring down at the altar. He could feel the temptation rising within him, but he knew if he embraced the darkness, if he let it consume him, there would be no turning back. He would be lost. But isn't that what you've been running from your whole life? The thought pierced his mind like a blade. He had been running from his past, from the force, from the truth of who he was. But he couldn't run anymore. Slowly, Jaran reached out, his hand hovering just above the surface of the altar. The dark energy pulsed beneath his fingertips, eager, hungry. But at the last moment, he stopped. With a sharp intake of breath, he pulled his hand back, stepping away from the altar. The darkness roared in his mind, furious, but he shut it out, forcing it back into the depths where it belonged. I won't be your puppet, Jaran muttered through gritted teeth. Not today. The wind howled through the trees, and for a brief moment, it sounded like laughter. Jaran left the clearing behind, his steps faster now, more determined. The dark side had almost claimed him, but he had resisted. He had made his choice. But as he walked away from the altar, the pull of the Force still lingered, dark and heavy in his chest. The temptation would always be there, whispering in the back of his mind, waiting for him to slip. And deep down, he knew the next time it might be harder to resist. The darkness was growing. It was only a matter of time before it came for him again. Chapter 4: Ruin. The winds on Ahch-To carried the salt of ancient seas, and the air was heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. Jaran stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down at the restless waves crashing against the jagged rocks below. The journey to the temple had been long and perilous, but now, as he gazed upon the ruins, he couldn't help but feel a growing unease. The temple was nothing like the ones described in the old stories. What remained of it was a mere shadow of what once had been a crumbling structure, overtaken by nature and time. Vines snaked up the worn stone walls, and the cracked pillars that once stood tall and proud now lay in pieces, scattered across the earth like the bones of a forgotten giant. Jaran stepped forward, his eyes tracing the contours of the ruins, searching for some sign, some symbol that would tell him what he had come here to find. The pull of the Force had led him here, though its presence was strange, unbalanced. The light side and the dark seemed to twist together in a chaotic dance, indistinguishable from one another, and it left him feeling lost. His footsteps echoed as he entered the hollow temple, his mind heavy with the knowledge of those who had walked these halls long before him. The walls bore faded inscriptions in languages he couldn't read, though the meaning was somehow clear. This was a place of power, of light, but also of fear. It was here, on this island, that the first Jedi had risen from the ashes of a galaxy torn apart by war, and it was here that the fragile balance between light and dark had first been established. But now, the balance was shattered. The Force itself felt fractured, as though something had gone terribly wrong. Jaran moved deeper into the temple, his heart racing with a sense of urgency he couldn't quite explain. His hands brushed against the cool stone walls, and with every step, the tension in his chest grew stronger. He could feel something here, something buried deep beneath the surface. But whether it was a promise of salvation or a warning of destruction, he could not yet tell. Suddenly, the pull in his chest surged, sharp and insistent, like a beacon calling out to him. Without thinking, Jaran dropped to his knees, closing his eyes as he opened himself fully to the Force. The hum that had always lingered in the back of his mind now rose to a roar, filling his thoughts with a torrent of images, of visions. Darkness. A galaxy engulfed in chaos. Stars burning out one by one, their light snuffed out by the creeping void. Planets, entire systems, consumed by war. And in the heart of the storm, a figure stood alone, cloaked in shadow, their face hidden but their presence unmistakable. Jaran. The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it was there, calling him. The figure in the vision turned, and for a moment, Jaran caught a glimpse of their face, just long enough to see eyes that blazed with a power he could barely comprehend. Then, just as quickly as it came, the vision faded, leaving Jaran breathless, his mind reeling from the weight of what he had seen. The future, or perhaps a warning of what was to come. The darkness he had feared all his life was real, and it was growing stronger. But even more unsettling was the figure in the vision. Somehow, Jaran knew it was him. He would stand at the heart of the coming storm, and the fate of the galaxy would rest in his hands. "Do you see it now?" The voice startled Jaran out of his thoughts, and he spun around to find himself no longer alone. A woman stood in the doorway of the temple, her silhouette framed by the fading light of the setting sun. She was tall, with silver hair that caught the wind and dark eyes that seemed to see right through him. There was a calmness to her, a confidence that immediately set her apart from anyone he had ever met. "Who are you?" Jaran asked, rising to his feet, though his heart still pounded from the intensity of the vision. She stepped forward, her movements graceful but deliberate, her gaze never leaving his. "My name is Ahch," she said simply. "I am like you." Jaran frowned. "Like me?" Ahch nodded, her expression unreadable. "I, too, am connected to the Force. And like you, I've seen the darkness that lies ahead." Her words struck Jaran like a blow. She knew. Somehow, she had seen the same future he had, felt the same shadow creeping through the galaxy. "You've seen it?" he asked, his voice quieter now, almost hesitant. "The darkness? The figure?" Ahch stopped a few feet away from him, her eyes softening with what might have been sympathy. "I have," she said. "And I know what it means. The balance is breaking, Jaran. The Force is no longer what it once was. The galaxy is on the edge of collapse, and you..." She paused, her gaze steady. "You stand at the center of it." Jaran shook his head, stepping back as the weight of her words crashed over him. "No," he muttered. "I don't want this. I never wanted this." "It doesn't matter what you want," Ahch said softly. "The Force has chosen you. You cannot run from what you are." Jaran clenched his fists, frustration welling up inside him. "I didn't ask for this. I don't want to be the one who decides the fate of the galaxy. I'm not strong enough for that." Ahch's eyes darkened slightly, though her voice remained calm. "None of us are strong enough, Jaran. But we don't have a choice. The Force has its own will, and we are merely its instruments." Her words echoed through the hollow temple, and Jaran felt the truth in them even as he fought to deny it. The Force had always been a part of him, always guiding him, pushing him forward. But now, that guidance felt more like a burden than ever before. He turned away from Ahch, staring out at the sea below, watching the waves crash against the rocks with unrelenting force. The vision still burned in his mind, the figure, the darkness, the war to come. And yet, despite the fear that gripped his heart, there was another part of him, buried deep beneath the surface, that felt drawn to it. The darkness had called to him before, on Dathomir, and he had resisted. But now, standing on the ruins of a once great temple, Jaran couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was a part of him as much as the light. "You're afraid," Ahch said quietly, stepping beside him. "I was, too, when I first felt it. The darkness. The temptation. But you cannot let that fear control you." Jaran glanced at her, his expression hard. "What if the darkness is stronger than I am?" Ahch's gaze met his, unwavering. "Then you must find the strength to resist. Or embrace it." Her words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Jaran felt a knot form in his chest, the conflict within him rising once again. He had spent his entire life running from the darkness, but now he wasn't sure if he could keep running. "How do you know so much about it?" Jaran asked, his voice low. "About the darkness?" Ahch's expression faltered for the briefest of moments, a flicker of something, pain, perhaps, or regret, crossing her face before she quickly masked it. "Because I've walked that path," she admitted, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I've felt its pull, just as you do now." Jaran's heart skipped a beat. Ahch had been tempted by the dark side, just as he had. But she had resisted, hadn't she? She was still standing, still in control of herself. Maybe there was hope for him, too. How did you fight it? Jaran asked, his voice more desperate than he intended. Ahch didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked out at the sea, her expression distant, as though she were remembering something long ago. I didn't, she finally said, her voice laced with sorrow. I gave in. And I've spent every day since trying to undo the damage I caused. Jaran's stomach twisted. Ahch's calm, her wisdom, it had all been hard-won, forged in the crucible of the dark side. She had been where he now stood, and she had fallen. And if she had fallen, what chance do I have? Jaran, Ahch said, her voice cutting through his thoughts. The future is not yet written. The Force is always in motion, and it is shaped by the choices we make. She turned to face him, her eyes filled with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. You have a choice, here and now. You can let the darkness consume you, or you can fight it. Jaran stared at her, his heart pounding in his chest. The vision of the future, the darkness, the figure, the destruction, it all felt so inevitable. How could he fight something that seemed destined to happen? But Ahch's words echoed in his mind. The future is not yet written. Slowly, Jaran nodded, though uncertainty still gnawed at him. I'll fight it, he said quietly, more to himself than to her. I won't let it take me. Ahch smiled faintly, though her eyes remained sad. Good. But remember, Jaran, the fight is never truly over. With that, she turned and walked back into the shadows of the temple, leaving Jaran alone with his thoughts, the wind howling around him like a distant warning. He had made his choice, for now. But deep down, Jaran knew the darkness wasn't finished with him yet. Not by a long shot. Chapter 5, Betrayal. The silence in the temple was suffocating. Jaran sat cross-legged in the shadow of a cracked pillar, his eyes closed in meditation, but his mind was far from still. The Force swirled around him, chaotic and unstable, a reflection of the storm brewing within his soul. He had come here to Ahch for answers, for guidance, but all he had found was more uncertainty. And Ahch, with her cryptic words and shadowed past, had only deepened his doubts. Who was she, really? At first, her presence had been a comfort, a beacon of calm amidst the chaos. She had spoken with clarity, her words cutting through his confusion, offering a path forward. But now, with each passing moment, Jaran felt something off. He couldn't place it exactly, but it was there, a subtle wrongness, a shadow creeping at the edges of his perception. He opened his eyes, staring at the ground beneath him, the weight of the vision still pressing down on his chest. The darkness he had seen, the destruction, the figure in the shadows, it was him. He knew it now. The Force had shown him a future he could not escape. The question that haunted him was not if he would fall to the darkness, but when. You're distracted, Ahch's voice broke through his thoughts. Jaran glanced up to see her standing nearby, her arms crossed, watching him with an expression that was unreadable. The silver strands of her hair shimmered in the pale light filtering through the broken ceiling, and her dark eyes seemed to bore into him, seeking the truth he tried to hide. I can't focus, he admitted, rising to his feet. There's too much uncertainty. Ahch tilted her head slightly, her gaze never leaving him. Uncertainty is a part of the path, Jaran. The Force doesn't reveal all its secrets at once. You must learn to trust in its will, even when the answers seem elusive. Jaran's jaw tightened. But how do I know if I'm on the right path? Every time I try to connect with the Force, it feels like it's pulling me in two directions. The light and the dark. He paused, the weight of his next words pressing down on him. And the darkness is stronger. Ahch stepped closer, her expression softening, though her eyes remained sharp. The darkness will always feel stronger. It offers power, control, a sense of certainty that the light cannot. But that's the temptation. That's the test. Her words were soothing, but something in the way she spoke, the ease with which she talked about the dark side, set Jaran on edge. He had felt that pull before, on Dathomir, and now, standing here in the ruins of the first Jedi temple, it was stronger than ever. The dark side was always near, waiting, whispering, and Alia's presence seemed to magnify it. "How do you resist it?" Jaran asked, his voice quieter now, laced with doubt. "The darkness?" For the briefest moment, a flicker of something crossed Alia's face, regret, maybe, or hesitation, but it was gone before Jaran could decipher it. "I don't resist it," she said softly. "I embrace it." Jaran's breath caught in his throat, his pulse quickening as her words hung in the air between them, heavy with revelation. "You, what?" His voice was barely a whisper, disbelief coloring his tone. Alia stepped forward, her eyes dark and intense, her calm composure unwavering. "I told you once, Jaran, the Force is not just light. It is both light and dark, a balance between creation and destruction. To truly understand the Force, to wield its power, you cannot deny one side. You must embrace both." Jaran's mind raced, the pieces falling into place with a sickening clarity. He took a step back, shaking his head. No, that's not what this is about. The Jedi, they taught balance, but they never. The Jedi feared the dark side, Alia interrupted, her voice sharper now, more forceful. And that fear is what led to their downfall. They clung to the light, blind to the truth that the dark side is just as much a part of the Force as the light. They tried to suppress it, to control it, but they only weakened themselves. Jaran felt his heart pound in his chest, the pull of the dark side growing stronger, as though Alia's words were feeding it, fueling the doubt and fear already gnawing at his mind. "You're wrong," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. "The dark side corrupts, it destroys everything it touches." Alia's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing. "Only if you let it. The dark side offers power, Jaran, true power. And if you learn to control it, to wield it alongside the light, you can reshape the galaxy. You can stop the chaos, bring peace to a universe that is tearing itself apart." Her words sent a chill down Jaran's spine. He had heard those promises before, in the dark whispers of the Force, in the visions that plagued his sleep. Power, control, peace, but at what cost? No. Jaran's voice was stronger this time, though his body trembled with the weight of the choice before him. "I won't follow that path. I won't let the darkness take me." Alia's face twisted with something close to disappointment, though her calm demeanor remained intact. "You already have, Jaran. You just don't see it yet." She stepped closer, her presence suffocating, the pull of the dark side growing stronger with every breath. "You think you can resist it? You think the light will save you?" Her voice dropped to a whisper, her words dripping with cold certainty. "The light is weak. It cannot save you from what's coming." Jaran's fists clenched at his sides, his heart pounding in his chest. "You don't know that." Alia's eyes flashed with something dangerous, her calm exterior cracking just slightly. "I do. Because I've seen it. The future you fear, the darkness that haunts your every step, it's already here. And if you don't embrace it, you will be consumed by it." Jaran stared at her, his mind reeling, every instinct screaming at him to run, to get as far away from her as possible. But the pull of the Force held him in place, his body trembling with the weight of the choice before him. "I trusted you," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I thought you could help me, guide me." Alia's expression softened for a moment, a flicker of regret passing over her features. "I am guiding you, Jaran, but not in the way you thought." She paused, her gaze steady, unflinching. "The galaxy is on the edge of collapse. The balance is broken. If you continue to cling to the light, you will fall. But if you embrace the dark side, if you embrace the truth, you can reshape the galaxy. You can bring order to the chaos." Jaran shook his head, his heart breaking under the weight of her words. "No, that's not the way. Alya's eyes darkened, her calm finally giving way to frustration. You don't understand. The Watcher, he saw this in you. He saw your potential. You were chosen for this, Jaran. The Force has brought you here for a reason. You cannot deny your destiny. The Watcher. The mention of him sent a surge of anger through Jaran's veins. He had been manipulated from the start, guided down a path he hadn't chosen, and now it all made sense. Alya had been part of it all along. She had known. You. Jaran's voice trembled with fury. You were working with him, with the Watcher. Alya's eyes flickered with something close to sorrow, but her voice remained steady. The Watcher saw what you could become. He understood that the balance was failing, that the dark side would rise again. I wanted to help you, Jaran. To guide you through it. Jaran's chest tightened, betrayal coursing through his blood like fire. He had trusted her, believed in her guidance, and now it was clear she had been leading him toward the darkness all along. I won't follow you, he said through gritted teeth, his hands trembling with barely contained rage. I won't fall to the dark side. Alya's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she stepped forward, her voice dropping to a cold whisper. Then you will fall, Jaran. Whether you want to or not. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him standing alone in the shadow of the temple, the weight of betrayal crushing him from within. Jaran's heart pounded in his chest, his mind a whirlwind of anger, fear, and confusion. The pull of the dark side was stronger now, more insistent, and despite everything, a small part of him was tempted to give in, to embrace the power Alya had spoken of. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the crumbling ruins, Jaran stood alone, his hands clenched into fists, the weight of his choices pressing down on him. The darkness was closing in, and for the first time, Jaran wasn't sure if he had the strength to resist. Chapter 6, Reckoning. The skies over Malachor burned crimson, as if the planet itself bled beneath the weight of countless ancient battles. The ruins stretched far into the distance, jagged spires of black stone rising from the ground like the bones of forgotten titans. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the darkness here was palpable, more oppressive than anywhere Jaran had ever been. He stood at the edge of a vast chasm, staring into the void below. The ruins of an ancient Sith temple loomed before him, half submerged in the ground, its once great walls now crumbling under the weight of centuries. The Force was strong here, so strong that it buzzed in his mind, a near-deafening hum that rattled his thoughts and made his skin crawl. This was where it would end. Jaran had felt the pull of this place long before he arrived. The dark side here was overwhelming, its presence suffocating, and yet it was here that the final choice would be made. The Force had brought him to Malachor for a reason. There was no turning back now. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest as he descended the broken steps that led to the temple's entrance. Every step felt heavier than the last, the weight of the darkness pressing down on him, making it harder to breathe, harder to think. The whispers in his mind grew louder, promising power, control, freedom from the chains of doubt and fear. But he had heard these whispers before. He knew their lies. As he approached the temple, the air grew colder and the shadows deepened. He could feel her presence even before he saw her. Alya. She was waiting for him. The inside of the temple was vast, its halls lined with statues of Sith Lords long dead, their stone faces twisted in expressions of hatred and malice. The ceiling had collapsed in several places, allowing beams of blood-red light to filter through, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. And there, at the heart of the temple, stood Alya. She was calm, standing in the center of a circular chamber, her back to him as she stared at the shattered remains of an ancient throne. The air around her seemed to shimmer with dark energy, the force radiating from her like heat from a flame. "You came," she said without turning, her voice soft but carrying a weight of inevitability. "I knew you would." Jaran stopped a few paces behind her, his hand instinctively hovering near the hilt of his blade. His heart raced, not just from fear, but from the conflict that roiled within him. Ahch had been his guide, his mentor, but now she was something else, something far more dangerous. "I didn't come here to join you, Ahch," Jaran said, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions swirling inside him. "I came to stop this." Ahch finally turned to face him, her dark eyes reflecting the faint glow of the temple's eerie light. There was no anger in her expression, only a deep, unsettling calm. "Stop what?" she asked, her voice almost curious. "You can't stop what's already begun, Jaran. The balance has shifted. The light and the dark are no longer in harmony. The galaxy is falling apart. We are the only ones who can save it." Jaran shook his head, his hand tightening around his blade. "Save it? You're trying to control it. You're no different from the Sith that came before you." Ahch's gaze hardened slightly, though her voice remained measured. "Control is necessary. Order is necessary. The Jedi were fools to think they could maintain balance by suppressing the dark side. But you know the truth, Jaran. You felt it. The darkness is a part of the Force, and so is the light. To deny one is to deny the other." Jaran took a step closer, his heart pounding in his chest. "I'm not denying anything, but I won't let the darkness consume me. I won't let it destroy everything I care about." Ahch's lips curled into a faint smile, though it lacked any warmth. "It already has," she said softly. "Look around you, Jaran. The galaxy is crumbling. The Jedi are gone. The Sith have risen again. War is inevitable. You can either stand in the way and be swept aside, or you can embrace the truth and bring order to the chaos." Her words sent a chill down Jaran's spine, but he forced himself to stand firm. He had been tempted before, on Dathomir, in the ruins of Ahch-To, and he had resisted. But here, in the heart of Malachor, the pull of the dark side was stronger than ever. It whispered to him, promising power beyond his wildest dreams, promising the ability to shape the galaxy as he saw fit. But at what cost? "I won't become like you," Jaran said, his voice resolute. "I won't let the darkness take me." Ahch's expression darkened, the calm mask slipping as her eyes blazed with frustration. "You still don't understand," she said, her voice rising. "You think you can resist it? You think the light is enough to save you? It's not. It never was. The light is weak, Jaran. It's dying." She stepped forward, her presence overwhelming, her voice filled with an intensity that made the air crackle with energy. "The dark side is the only way. You can feel it, can't you? The power, the freedom. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Jaran's breath caught in his throat as the darkness surged around him, pressing against his mind, threatening to drown him. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and for a moment he wavered. The power was there, just within reach. All he had to do was take it. But then, a voice, soft, distant, cut through the darkness. It was the hum of the Force, the light side, weak but still present, still calling to him. It reminded him of who he was, of the path he had chosen, and the people he had sworn to protect. No, Jaran whispered, his voice barely audible, but filled with determination. I won't. Alia's eyes flared with anger, and the air around her seemed to crackle with dark energy. Then you will fall, she spat, her voice cold and merciless. Without warning, she lunged at him, her hand outstretched as the force erupted from her in a violent wave. Jaran barely had time to react, throwing up his hands and calling on the force to shield himself as the energy slammed into him, sending him staggering backward. The battle had begun. The chamber erupted in chaos as the dark side of the force clashed with the light. Alia moved like a shadow, her strikes swift and deadly, her connection to the dark side making her stronger, faster. Jaran fought back with everything he had, drawing on the light side of the force, but it was difficult, so difficult. The darkness here was so strong, it gnawed at his mind, tempting him, pulling him closer to the abyss with every passing second. Their blades clashed, the sound of metal ringing through the temple as sparks flew between them. Alia's attacks were relentless, fueled by anger and desperation, while Jaran fought with grim determination, each strike a battle not just against her, but against the darkness within himself. You can't win, Alia shouted, her voice echoing off the temple walls. The light is too weak. You are too weak. Jaran gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming with exhaustion as he parried another of her strikes. The darkness pressed in on him, trying to suffocate him, but he held on, drawing strength from the force, from the light that still flickered within him. I'm not weak, he growled, forcing Alia back with a powerful strike. I won't let you take this from me. Alia's eyes blazed with fury, and she unleashed another torrent of dark energy, sending Jaran crashing into one of the crumbling pillars. He gasped in pain, his vision swimming as he struggled to stand, but Alia was already upon him, her blade poised to strike the final blow. But in that moment, something shifted. Jaran felt a surge of clarity, a moment of perfect stillness amidst the chaos. The force flowed through him, stronger than it had ever been, filling him with a sense of peace and purpose. The darkness was still there, still clawing at him, but now he saw it for what it was, a part of the force, yes, but not its master. He could feel the balance, the harmony between the light and the dark, and in that harmony, he found his strength. As Alia's blade came down, Jaran moved. With a fluid motion, he deflected her strike, the force guiding his movements with precision and grace. Alia staggered back, her eyes wide with shock as Jaran rose to his feet, his presence calm and steady. You can't fight the darkness, Jaran, she shouted, her voice laced with desperation. It's too strong. Jaran shook his head, his voice quiet but firm. I don't have to fight it. I just have to accept it. Alia's face twisted with rage, and she lunged at him again, but this time, Jaran was ready. He moved with the force, not against it, and in a single, decisive motion, he disarmed her, sending her blade clattering to the ground. Alia fell to her knees, her breath ragged, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, she whispered. This can't be. Jaran stood over her, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. The darkness still lingered, but it no longer held the same power over him. He had found the balance, the harmony between light and dark, and in that moment, he understood what it truly meant to be one with the Force. You've lost, Jaran said quietly, his voice heavy with sorrow. The darkness can't save you. Alia's eyes filled with tears, and she looked up at him, her expression filled with pain and regret. I thought it was the only way. Jaran knelt beside her, his voice soft but firm. It's never the only way. If you're ready to dive deeper into the mysteries of the Force and the galaxy beyond, Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you never miss the next chapter of Echoes of the Force. Don't forget to like this video if you're enjoying the story, and be sure to check out the other adventures we've shared here on Moon's Fairy Tales. Leave a comment below and let us know what you think of Jaran's journey and what stories or tales you'd like to see next. Your input shapes the future of the channel, so we can't wait to hear from you. May the Force be with you.